Hello, everybody. It is Monday. It is 8 p.m. Central European Summertime, and I'm back. Well, back on a Monday for streaming. I hope you guys are doing well. I got a haircut, as you can see. The haystack is gone, the helmet, and a much more summery vibe now. I've just been out playing some disc golf, and I was terrible at it. And now I can actually feel it in my arm and my chest. Hello, Iseloren. Good to see you. Good to have you here. How are you doing? How has the beginning of the week been for you? I hope it's been good. I did the same with my hair a couple of weeks ago. Honestly, it's so weird. I keep going through my my hair like this and like thinking I got hair over my ears and all that, and just taking a shower now. You don't have to spend any time drying up. It's so strange. I do it every time. Accidentally, I want to say. I want to go to the hairdresser, the barber, more than I do, and then I end up just like, you know, waiting 5 months, 6 months, 4, 5, 6 months until the next visit. It's pretty fun. Start a vacation. Hey, nice. Happy vacation then. So it's just total relaxation then. Got any good plans? I can imagine the weather in Sweden is pretty much the same as Denmark, which is heat wave, which I think is over now, but still pretty nice summer weather. Anyway, let's see. I just need to go like this. All right, there we have it. Anyway, to start with, there are plants. Nice. And we've had about 30 degrees. Not too bad. Okay. 30 degrees is more manageable. I feel like Saturday I think we hit a heat record, like in Denmark, which was 37 degrees. Not just for June, but I think a heat record overall. Don't quote me on that, but it was something like that. That was terrible. 25 degrees, I feel like, maybe a little less. That's the sweet spot for great summer weather. Okay, so what was I saying? Well, I've been writing a little bit. Not too much since last time. I think I've written like 3 days on this. Still trying to find my groove, trying to get my groove back in the story. This chapter has been feeling a little bit... I think I go out on tangent. It sort of hit me. Yeah, 20 to 25 degrees is chef's kiss. Yeah, exactly, with a few clouds, slight breeze. Oh, yes. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's what we want. But it sort of hit me after last live session, Wednesday. You know, when I sort of repeated myself from what happened in chapter 18. I think I tend to do that a lot. It's sort of like when I don't know what to write, that's just my go-to thing, is just to repeat myself, I think. And then I had this realization, this epiphany almost. Why is it so loud? This epiphany almost that you know, I'm writing what's supposed to be like a pre-teen, early teen story, you know, a tween story. And I think in general my writing just needs to be way cleaner and way more to the point and move the plot along. I got so much stuff that I want to I want to jot down, but it's also very. So this chapter, for example, is supposed to be sort of urgency. They need to get out of the catacombs. They need to, well, you know, to save the day. And why is it so loud? Oh my god, why is it so loud? Okay. Where was I? There need to be an urgency in this chapter. They need to get out of the catacombs. They need to go up and save the day. Go up to the surface and save the day. And the more I write in it, the less urgency there is. And I just had this long discussion about this talisman that is actually not going to be really prudent in this book, but it's supposed to be for one of the other 2 books in the trilogy. So it's just sort of this fun little oh, they had it with them all along kind of thing. And I just spent so much, I spent so many pages talking about this talisman and the devils, their religions, which is all well and good, but it's just, there's no urgency. So that was a little bit of an epiphany that I've written down in my revision list. In general, move the plot along better, clean it, simplify it. I propose some conflict with this talisman, which apparently I called a totem in the very, very first book, which is funny. That was very first actual book. I can't see that if I go like this. Let me just try to find it. So in the prologue here, let the devil continue. The power needs to be stored for the greater good. He tapped his totem, hanging outside his armor for the time being. Wait, contradicts. In here, I've written that he never showed his totem. He always had it underneath his armor. And yeah, I call it a talisman. Hey, Sarah. Yes, indeed, a new haircut. Welcome to the stream. It's almost like it's a different person, isn't it? The helmet is gone. The haystack is gone. I figured the heat wave was a bit too much in Denmark with that sort of haystack. So, you know, in celebration of the summer, a new haircut. But yeah, anyway, I had this realization that I needed to simplify things, I needed to move along, need some urgency. And that's sort of where we are. So like I said, like it says in the title, today I'm not stopping until Vespa lifts the hammer. And luckily my internship is over, so at least I have the time. I do have something I need to do tomorrow early though, but hopefully it won't be too late. I think I'm over the worst hump of me over explaining things in this chapter. So that's good. Anyway, why don't we just simply get started? And I want to start with here. So there's been this giant multiple long pages explanation of the talisman and this religion, like I discussed, like I just said, and what it looks like, and you know how it glitters. It looks like it was something from the Death Realm, which was interesting, I think. But then I'm using Lemon here as a, hey, let's move it along. So let's start from here. 2 loud screeches sent Vespa's right ear ringing. Lemon had slid down, claws grabbing onto ruby locks, her yellow face and orange beak hanging just outside Vespa's poor, unsuspecting eardrum. As Vespa tried to protect her ear from further assaults by shielding it with her feeling it from her companion with her hand, she tried to remedy the ringing with raised eyebrows and repeatedly blinking with her eyes and opening her mouth. It was purely by instinct, but the ringing sound seemed to slowly dissipate. If you have ever had a bird as a pet, or known a bird, I'm sure you will know that one of their favorite things is when you least suspect it, they will either climb from your head and down or sit on your shoulder and like just stare into your ear and then give the loudest whistles in the world. I mean, my budgie used to do that and it was awful. So I just thought that was a really, really fun thing to have happen in this here in my story. In the meantime, actually I'm just gonna note that 0011 bird screaming in ear. Dissipate. In the meantime, Lemon had crawled back on top of Vespa's head, tweeting as she climbed with the claws and occasional assistance of a beak. Yes, I know. The ringing was all but gone now, so Vespa felt like was almost all but gone now, so Vespa felt like she could finally speak again. I know that we need to hurry. It was just that Vespa rubbed her ear as a last remedy. It just reminded me of what we... Lemon is correct, Renate butted in. If what you say is true about the Squire Ronean and these drowners... Drowners... Squire, about the Squire Ronean. Something is missing here. If what you say is true about the Squire Ronean, that we get up from here as fast as possible. There's like an entire sentence missing here. It is imperative. Let's go with that. It is imperative. Wow. All right. I'll be back in a few. Keep keeping on. Well, I'm looking forward to having you back, Lisa Lauren. But we still don't have a way out, Vespa argued as she clasped the talisman necklace around her own neck. The goatman had said that it was important after all, though she had no idea why. She racked her brain for anything that could help. Help getting out. It's a bit strange. Thinking that could help getting out, but to no avail. Are you sure that you don't know how you got down here? Vespa asked Lemon, looking up to try and see her. Lemon tweeted what she had already said, that she just remembered falling through pitch darkness before hitting the floor of the catacombs. Vespa placed her chin into her hand, thinking about what Lemon told and her story of that night. And her companion story of that night. And her companion story of that night. If you fell down onto the stone floor, that must mean that you came through something. Vespa looked around the room of the black masonry, up high in particular, holding and pointing the torch as a guide. And I found you over there, between the tombs of that tall woman and the short one. Elf and dwarf, Ronean helped. And their names are Kili Xiel and Xiying Hun. They were some of the finest warriors I have ever known. Yes, those two. Vespa had no intention to try and repeat the names said by Ronean, even if she had read their tomb writing many times. Besides, she didn't want to break her own concentration. If I found you over there, and you fell down from somewhere up high... Just then she saw it. It looked as if a stone was missing in the wall by those two tombs, all the way up by the ceiling. It wasn't a large gap. And Vespa had a hard time making it out in the flickering light of her torch from where she was standing, but there was definitely something there, or rather, something missing. I think that I see something, she almost shouted in excitement. Come, Lemon of the Golden Wing, let us investigate. It felt like an appropriate moment to use a deep narrator's voice, now that the heroes could see a light, figuratively, as it was actually a hole. What have you found? And with that, we're off. And we won't yield until Vespa has been revealed to be a true Fey folk. She can lift Ronean's hammer of war. War maul. Please, let me get there soon. What have you found? I'm not... I do use ... a lot. Maybe a bit too much. But whatever. Like, we just had a bunch of ... up here and there. Before that, there and there and there and there. Yeah, it's a bit too many ... Too many. The large stone shelf growled as Vespa pushed it. Across the floor. By the black walls. Dot. Sure. But it looks like something is missing here. Missing where? From the wall. Vespa was already climbing the shelves. Hey, I am Bad Boy. Hey, curious about something. If you ever had to write a character that's just too powerful to kill, how would you probably kill him without ruining the ending? Wow, okay, that's a big question. If you ever had to write a character that's just too powerful to kill, well, I guess one of the ways would be to go the Superman route, right? Where you have a kryptonite-like substance that they're weak, that weakens them, and then makes them mortal. Or another one would be to simply somehow take life away from them. Have like the life force sucked from them. What I think I maybe would prefer is to, and bear in mind, I've never written anything where a villain is like so powerful. I've actually never written anything with a distinct villain there. I've written short stories where, well, one of them there was a villain, but he sort of had his points. But he was definitely not a super villain like that. So I'm a bit out of my league, that's what I'm trying to say. This is my first book that I'm writing, this first draft of my first book, and of course this does not have a super power villain yet. Actually cool to try one of those. Yeah, I was going to say, like, what I would want to do was to find some way of not killing them off. I don't know if you watched Doctor Strange, one of the Marvel movies. They did a really cool thing with that. I'm going to spoil it now, so you have been warned. I'm sorry. You may mute the stream for the next 10-15 seconds. They had this thing where there was this super power villain, and Doctor Strange trapped him in a time loop and said, you can kill me as many times you want, you're still going to be trapped here, and only I know how to break this loop, so unless you fuck right off, I'm not going to break it. And then, you know, so he actually won in a different way. then killing him or brawling with the supervillain. I thought that was really, really clever. Pirates of the Caribbean, they took away his immortality, Barbossa, then they brought him back later, but enough of that. So yeah, almost like if you can find a way of punishing the supervillain in like, if you know the story of Sisyphus, he was not a supervillain, but you know, who was condemned to always roll a big boulder up the hill, a never-ending hill, something like that. I think that would probably be something I would be much more intrigued about writing. I thought, yeah, because if you go the Superman route, I feel that you need to be very, very careful with, you know, actually promising things from the start, that there is this weakness, that it's not just a cop-out as something you came up with when you needed to. It's not just a Deus Ex Machina, if you know that phrase. Just not a divine intervention at the very last moment. So yeah, I think I would go with option number 3, which is the find a different way of punishing the villain and neutralizing them without killing them. What do you think if you ever had to write a new novel, you'd make it about, or what genre it could be? Because I found your reply very interesting. Oh, thank you. Well, I have my this here fantasy universe that I want to write a bunch of books in, a bunch of stories. I have an idea. This is the first book of what I hope is going to be a trilogy. Then I want to write a children's book in the similar vein to Brothers Lionheart, which is my absolute favorite book, one of my absolute favorite books of all time. Same universe. I want to write a crime story, but set in this fantasy world. I think that could be really fun, you know, detective story. I would like to try to write a comedy someday, set in the fantasy world. So yeah, I'm very much a fantasy guy, and I really want to expand my own universe. Of course, if you're new to this channel and you find yourself that it could be fun watching more, I did recently made a story with another YouTuber called Cody the Writer, and we had a lot of fun. There was also a fantasy story, but it was an entirely new world separate from this one, and I had so much fun writing stuff in that, and I might do more with Cody in the future for that. Where can I find the old chapters, man? I want to read them. Are there links or pages anywhere? Well, I have 50 live streams that you can go watch. I don't have anything written down yet. So what I'm doing, I am writing my first draft by hand, as you can see. And then I digitize it afterwards. And then I'm going to put versions up on my webpage, forgottensongfantasy.com. But yeah, since I'm not finished with the first draft yet, I don't have anything that I want to show people to read, but I do have short stories if you're interested. They're up on my website, forgottensongfantasy.com. I'll be excited to read them. Oh, thank you. It's so nice to have you here by the stream. Thank you so much for being here and chatting. Okay. Vespa was already... Let's go back to this because I have a little bit of a deadline tonight. Vespa was already climbing the shelves as fast as she could. which was a little difficult. A little difficult. Being as small as she was. But she had finally found all of her strength. Both for her grip and arms. It looks, it looks like there's something a stone, I think. Missing. Lemon had already Lemon had already flown ahead. Flapped ahead? Let's go with flown. And was confirming Vespas. I'm Bad Boys. It looks like there are a lot of stories, man. I'll read them all one by one. Oh, you are most welcome. Thank you so much for having an interest in them. There are 4 short stories. 3 of them probably more novellas than short stories. I think one of them is almost 40 pages long. 30 pages long? I don't know. And then I got a bunch of what I call 1-minute short stories, which is more world building, really short stories, more world building that's supposed to work within a minute, you know, for short form videos like TikToks and YouTube shorts. It's been a while since I made any of those. I should get back to that. Actually, let me just below 34 super villain. How to kill. Could be maybe a fun short YouTube short if I ever get around to do that again. Bebo says, I have a good imagination, but I don't know how to write stories. Maybe I can take inspiration from you too. Oh, dude, that would mean the world to me. I can tell you that I have not published anything besides those on my short stories on my webpage, but they're not published. I just put them up there for the world to stumble upon. If I can inspire you to write, to start trying out, because that's the thing, right? Just that's the best writing advice I think anyone can ever give anyone. It is to just sit down and write. And even though it's really, really difficult and really hard, just getting something down on paper, even though it's bad, it most likely is bad the first time around. That's why we say here on the channel, the first draft is supposed to be a bit shit. But it's so important to just sit down and write, no matter what it is. Even if it's just like, you can begin small with like diary entries or ideas. I started my journey into writing by writing down ideas for this fantasy universe in a small book on Google Docs. And then as time went on, suddenly I just felt like, okay, I need to write something. And I started in 2022. Was it 2021? I think it was 2022 with my Calamity short story. Short stories, I think, are also a great place to start because, you know, you're not so bound to have an entire character arc or something like that, or an entire plot with promise and progress and all that jazz. So yeah, if you can feel inspired by what I do, then I feel truly blessed. You should just do what makes you happy. I'll start from tomorrow and try writing something short because I have the entire stories but no experience to write them. Well, you know, that you already feel like you have an idea of what's going on, what's going to happen. That is a great starting point. Great starting point. Then you can just write down some of the ideas you think could be cool. It doesn't have to be anything coherent. You can just write, you know, you like suits of armor. You like Morning Star as a weapon, lances, whatever. Yeah. Maybe you have story ideas, write them down. A character doing this, a character doing that. And then this could be the conflict. This could be the promise. Where's the inspiration coming from? Is it a TV show? Is it a mythology? Is it a religion? Whatever. I think that's probably my best advice. To write small, start small like that. If you're nervous, and then challenge yourself. Write a little bit more coherent. Maybe a paragraph. See where that takes you. It's all about trying stuff out, testing it out. Oh, I forgot to move this, by the way. Oh no. Where did we start? We started up here. What have you found? Oh, you couldn't see that. We started up there. Lemon had already flown ahead. I was confirming Vespa's suspicion. It's not really suspicion, is it? Word. I'm gonna watch you write while thinking of ideas. Well, that's why I'm here. And I hope to also show you and anyone watching that it's okay to make mistakes, even though I hate making mistakes myself. It's one of the reasons why I write with ink pen, because I can't erase them and it sort of gives this nice charm to it. you know, I comment stuff all the time. Let's see up here, for example, how many mistakes there are. It's just, I know it's difficult, but there's a lot of not being afraid of trying. And you know, you might find that it's not for you anyway. Now you've tried and you know, and then you can move on to other things. So either way, you've gained something, I think, just from trying. Also, I feel like I misspelled suspicion. Suspicion. I didn't. Okay. Hey, Miss Blogger. I hope you're doing well. And I hope your paranormal romance is coming along. Shouting. It back from the very top. Oops. Very top of just the very top. I knew it. Vespa groaned as she she raised herself onto the very top of the shelf. Of the shelf, of the stone shelf. Stone shelf. She really did not like climbing. I don't know if that's super needed to have that interjected sentence there, but I don't know. Maybe it's something we can add to her character. But the situation, I sort of feel like it makes sense, doesn't it, to have this tiny character who doesn't like heights. She really did not like climbing. Add to character. And Bad Boy says, I got 2 ideas. I'm watching a stream while trying to add things to it. Then gonna write the one that suits me more. Nice. Nice. Way to go, dude. Love to hear it. I have returned, says Isilauren. Welcome back. Welcome back. I have started writing since you went away, Isilauren. And I think we're doing pretty well. And I apparently have just added to Vespa's character that she doesn't like heights and climbing. What do you know? 267 pages in, and we find that out. I don't know if we're going to take that further. So there was no other way. Actually, could we add that stone shelf wobbles? Could add a little bit of drama there, maybe. Knew it. Renate. There's a stone missing here. Stone missing. In the wall. Up here. I see. The spirit answered. Do you think it could be a way out? Oh, I'm sorry. I am tired. After disc golfing today. Tired of being terrible of disc golf. maybe. Having found a spot where the stone shelf didn't wobble. Wobble so much. Could finally examine. Oh, that looks terrible. Examine. Isolona says, I've never tried disc golf, but it has become very popular in recent years. Also the game paddle. I love paddle tennis. I think I'm more partial to regular golf than disc golf, but disc golf is fun on its own, definitely. Also, it's usually free, at least here in Denmark. It's like in disc golf is like in parks and such. But yeah, I love playing paddle tennis. It's much more beginner friendly, I feel like, than actual tennis. It's not as technical, but you can still get a pretty good workout if you play and run a lot, if you know how to play. But yeah, I played disc golf for the second time today, and it's all right. It's fun. There was a bit much wind, so that didn't help anything. But yeah, it's fun. And like I said, it's a good thing that it's real cheap in comparison to paddle tennis, which is really, really expensive. It's almost as expensive as golf if you play it regularly. And golf is pretty expensive, regular golf. But yeah, I can actually feel, like I mentioned in the beginning, I can actually feel in my arm and chest that I played disc golf today. Oh, I'm so fragile. I'm such a fragile little man. Like, I have to be much more conscious when I pick up my my water bottle. Examining the missing the hole in the wall further. Lemon had flown around Vespa. So that she could inspect it from the other side. But now that was page 267, which means 268 new page hype. Whoop whoop. Oh, whoops. not that much hype. I'm Bad Boy says, I've decided my story is gonna be about revenge, dark irony, and forced domesticity. Interesting. New page hype. There you are, Sarah. Good to have you in the chat. Okay, cool. I'm Bad Boy. Just, I'm so happy that you felt inspired. Just from my little stream here. But now that the two of them was close. They could clearly see that it wasn't simply just a hole in the wall. Easy Lawrence says golf is so weird. You need huge tracts of land to play, but you can look at a small island in the middle of the ocean with a few hundred inhabitants, and there will most likely be a golf course there. Yeah. The and the amount of golf courses there are is also just like, was that really needed? The part of Denmark where I'm from, which is not what you would consider like posh or high culture, whatever, has 3 golf courses, like in very near vicinity to each other. That's weird. I mean, it's really fun to play. It is exceedingly boring to watch, but it is very, very fun to play. So, I mean, unless it's Happy Gilmore, the movie, that was really fun to watch. But yeah. I'm Bad Boy says, I just realized I do need to just start writing for 5 minutes. I didn't even know what to make it about. And now I wrote the entire first chapter summary. Oh my god, that is so good. See, you just have to, I mean, I know it's difficult to sit down and actually do it, actually write, but sometimes you surprise yourself. Congratulations, yay! Well done. That is awesome, dude. That is so cool. Thank you. Can we do a? I wanna do a little emoji here. Yeah. There we go. I hope that shows up in the chat. Oh yeah, that was also the party horn emoji. I'm gonna do that as well. Yoink. And Baba says, you need to make a Discord server, dude, where you can also upload the pages you write so newcomers can read your story. You know, you're not the first one to suggest that. One of the regulars, Miri, well, I guess it's been a while since we've seen her, but she always wanted me to have a Discord server. I want that, but I also just feel a little bit like maybe we need a bigger community. Just a tad bigger. Maybe when I finish my first draft of the story, I might do something like that. But the suggestion has been duly noted. Thank you. Bro, you don't need a bigger community, you need an active community. That is true. That is true. Then of course there's the whole having to be active. I'm not the most active person on Discord myself. I guess I could be, but yeah. I'm definitely considering it. Let's say that. And I have considered it for some time now. Hole in the wall. The hole was framed. With what? Looked like much finer stone than then the rest of the walls. Oh yeah. How did she get the torch up there? I guess she would have to put it in her mouth again. And when Vespa put the torch closer, she could see intricate and curled writings all around it. Going all around it. What did we... So I want that to be Elvish. Is Lawrence says smaller communities are better for Discord in my opinion. When a Discord server gets too populated, it becomes unwieldy. Yeah, that's true, I guess. Bad Boy says, I mean, you can try, just let it sit there. People wouldn't join one by one. Well, I guess you guys are right. And yeah, I will look into it. I promise you that. Right now. So here we are. In all capital. Answered pretending to know what Lemon said. I never heard of it. Looks like a tomb. Catacombs are like a graveyard, but this is a grave. Where's a pillar stone? Black pointed landlord next. The one not beneath a deep pile of deep black stone and ground. I don't actually say that, do I? Oh, there it is. It was a mix of what looked to be small drawings in succession like letters. Some seemed to be repeating themselves, and actual letters and words that she could recognize, bringing the lantern closer. Okay. So this here needs to be small drawing. Oh yeah, that's right. Ah yeah. I want elves in my world to have hieroglyphs, that's true. Hieroglyphs. I'm just so much into like Tolkien elves. Oops. That I just curled intricate drawings. That my mind just went straight to, you know, the elven script. But of course that's not what I want the elves to have in my world. Isolon says, I'm a computer nerd, but I'm a computer. I would suggest something more open. Discord is a closed garden that pushes hard for people to pay for microtransactions, subscriptions, or to show advertising. So what would you suggest instead, now that you are a computer nerd? Is there anything like a forum, a Reddit, subreddit? But that would need moderators. And Reddit is also pretty pushy with commercials right now. There is Element, which is an implementation of the Matrix protocol, which enables Discord-like chats and threads. That sounds cool. I've never heard of that. Element chat app. Oh, there's also Slack, I guess. Element.io. Okay. They looked similar to the ones on the Elven Warrior's tomb. There's also IRC, if you want to go back to the good old days. Oh, IRC, now that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Oh my god. I remember this. Yep. I do feel like everyone uses Discord now, right? Word of caution: all community platform requires some kind of moderation to not derail completely to spam and other unsavory stuff. Yeah, that's one of the things that has been like definitely keeping me back. Also, that I think I would like a more active community. Like it is the moderation of stuff, because I think these systems just need moderations, right? Not so much about else to do, but yeah. I've contemplated a lot whether to open comments on my website, and I don't know if anyone reads my website, the stories there, but it could be fun to have a comment section, I feel like. But yeah, I also know that spam bots just find WordPress sites so easily, and it gets so annoying. But you can set up rules to have like someone needs to have 3 approved messages before instant approval or something like that. Bro, Discord is the worst. You'll get raided by 30 raiders who will come back with 50 accounts again and again. This is why bot setup is always needed. Oh my god. There needs to be someone to maintain the moderation. Bots can help with the easy stuff, but doesn't cover all. Yeah, exactly. And I feel like I have a lot of things. Other things, so I just don't feel like, you know, doing all that sort of moderation. But of course, that's talking like you have a really big, really active community. Maybe it would be fine just the few of us here sharing stuff, inspiration, and whatnot. It is something that I'm considering, definitely. Oh, I feel like we are running out of ink in this one, in this cartridge. Suddenly a burst of air. Let's go with howled. So this in particular is the event that I've sort of been teasing, promising every time Vespa has been down here in the catacombs. There are winds howling above, and there are waters somewhere underneath the floor. Howled from. So that's sort of been my, hey, I thought about this all along. This promise, right? Yeah, moderation would take a lot of time from writing. Sarah says, yeah, exactly. I feel like it would, and I already have, you know, videos that I want to do, which also takes time away from writing. It's about finding the balance there. The best way is a whitelist to keep moderation chores low. You need to be invited. It's true. If a bad person gets invited, it's easy to quell. And only the really trustworthy can become inviters. That's true. Yeah. So they could So you have the community sort of act like their own moderators. Yeah. And Pep Boy says, bro, I just realized I'm using the same pen as you in brown. Hey, what a coincidence. That's cool. I love that you're using an ink pen as well. This is, well, this is the cheapest Lamy pen. Lamy? I don't know how you say that. What a coincidence. Nice. Ink pen high five. From the hole. Almost blowing out the torch. But as Vespa quickly removed the flame from danger, uh-oh. I love this pen too. Yeah, I like it too. I really love that it's so cheap. And it's just like, how do you say it? I feel like it's something you can buy, and then even if you don't want to use it, it's not a huge loss because it's so cheap. But you might also realize, hey, you really like writing with by hand and with a pen, so you know it's a little bit of a win-win. It reaffirmed. Can you say that? That sounds a bit weird, doesn't it? Where did it go? There it went. Weird. Its grip on the oil-soaked cloth. As the torch slowly regained its life, Vespa's wide eyes and gasped, is that a word? Gasped mouth. Word? also began too slowly. I don't know if I want slowly twice. Whatever. Relax again. It took a little more time, though, for her heart. To move from her throat to move back down. And for it to stop to stop galloping. As Vespa was sitting there, as Vespa sat there. Yeah, let's go with that. As Vespa sat there, waiting for her nerves to settle. I don't know if that's what I was talking about repeating myself. Whoops, nerves. Waiting for a nerve to settle. Repeat. Oh, my nose started to itch. Eh. She listened to the winds howling. From the hole and realized it must be the same sounds that she had always heard. Coming from the ceiling. Uh-oh. That looked to be the end of that ink cartridge. Whoops. Here we have all of them that I've used so far for this first draft. Let's see. Looks like there might have been a little bit, but it's fine. We add it, and then we have a new one. New ink cartridge hype. Whoop whoop. Still one left in this box. So we put that here. We go like that. And we screw it on. Remove you. And we're ready. Coming from the ceiling. Even the very first time that she accidentally fell down here into the catacombs. New ink hype, yay! So, what color will it be this time? Oh yes. You know what? If it was blue, I have one blue ink cartridge that came with the pen, and if I accidentally put that into the pen, I mean that would just look so terrible. Why don't you use digital notepad or novel writing apps instead of pen and copy? Just a question. It's a very good question, I'm bad boy. It's also the answer is rather long. I mean, first of all, I just really like the physicality of it. I like the way it feels. I like the way the ink looks on paper, the way it feels when you write the ink on paper. And I like that I immediately have a physical. This is the first book of this draft. I like that I immediately have a physical copy of my book to show to people and myself. Even if it is a bit more tedious, then I found that it really helps my writing, actually, to have it be physical, especially when you're doing first draft, because okay, while you think a bit more about what you want to write, so it takes a bit longer that way because you can't delete it. The fact that you can't delete it also means that you can't go back and edit stuff. So there is only one way, and that is progressing the story, no matter how terrible it is. And that's what the first draft is supposed to be. Just getting your thoughts and ideas into prose, into a story that you can fix later. And then, when I'm digitizing things, I found that it's a much more in-depth, almost a revision. The first revision that I'm doing as I'm rewriting everything, because I'm retyping everything. I would make so many spelling mistakes, plus my handwriting is terrible when I try. I make spelling mistakes. I make mistakes all the time in the writing. And it honestly just, I think it adds to some charm. And you know, handwriting gets better the more you do it. That's another thing, you know. I have a video on this, but science has actually showed that it's more of a educational context, but actually writing down notes in an educational context, there's so much more going on cognitive-wise, that you're really training yourself, training your brain, because you got visual, you got motor skills, you got memory that needs to be all needs to be activated at the same time and work together, instead of just pressing a button and an A pops up on the screen. So it's a multiple reason answer to that. But that said, it's not like I don't use computers at all. I just use handwriting for my first draft, and maybe some of my ideas for when I'm out and don't have a PC with me. I of course use a PC for writing, for planning. I have a giant planning document here, spreadsheet, and you know, I use word count, I have background, I have a synopsis and all that. That's all written digitally. Is Lauren says the lessons I have learned from Thomas. You can feel the words exit your fingers. Other parts of your brain are active compared to when you type on a computer. Exactly. I'm not saying I'm becoming smarter, but it is nice to know that it is actively training your brain. Yes, exactly. You can start editing immediately after writing something, so you won't get hung up as easily. Yes. Of course, that also means that you can sort of repeat yourself and go in circles, which I tend to do a lot. But it is what it is. And that's actually a really big thing, I think, because it speaks so much into what a first draft is supposed to be. And yeah, it's just more sampling for the editing later, exactly. And it feels so nice. When you have filled one of these books, when you've filled 2 of these books, soon a third, it feels so good, I can tell you. Just flipping through them and thinking, I've done this. I've done this physical object. I've filled this book with words and scribbles. Ah, that's so good. And yes, that was a little bit of a humble brag. Sorry. Tell me. What have you found? The spirit in the Warhammer was eager. Is Lawrence? I'm bad, but I just wrote the concept and arcs of my story. Dude, you are killing it. Well done. See, you just needed to push yourself a little bit and get started. Jump start yourself. It's awesome to hear. Another lesson, you can get a concrete feel of progress. Yes. It's great. Very concrete feel of progress. I don't know, there's just something about the physicality of it. Have it in your hands, right? It's like I enjoy a book much more as well, a hard copy physical book, than something, a PDF file that I have to read on a tablet or something. I've thought of 36 chapters with villains, main characters, and side characters written. Damn. In what? An hour? Dude, you had so much stuff in your brain that just needed an outlet. God damn. Eager for updates. From the top of the stone shelf. There's a Vespa realized that she had to speak up. To make sure she could be heard. I'm Bad Boy says it's an anime type isekai title, but brutal and dark based. Nice. Yeah, it's a lot. I can recommend the Obsidian editor for digital writing. There are a few nice tools there for building mind maps and bulletin boards. Yes. I definitely think I want to try out that Obsidian thing. There's also Scrivener that supposed to be really popular. But yeah, once my first draft is done, if it ever will be done, I think I need to sit down and do like mind maps, like you say, bulletin boards, maybe digital, maybe physical. But like of all the plot points and promises and characters, and just make sure that there is a red thread through them all. I'm bad boy says it's called The Strongest Hero Gets Reincarnated as his demon king and his cheating wife's son. For nowadays, that's one working title. Wow. It's a long working title, but you know, nice. Also a nice summary. It's cool, good to have like a. That's your elevator pitch, basically. I didn't have one. Still don't have one of those. For the longest time. Over the howling. I don't want her to shout. There's a wind coming. From the wall here. I don't think it's just a hole. Lemon chimed in with whistles of agreement. As she spoke. Bro, it's not a summary. It's gonna be diabolical after chapter 12 at least. Nice. Sorry for calling it a summary. I did not mean to offend. And there's this frame with strange drawings on it. They go all around the hole, but I can't see inside. It's all black. And if I put the torch close, the wind is going to blow out the flame. Isilauren says Scrivener looks to have a few features in common with Obsidian. There's also publishing features that I don't think Obsidian doesn't have out of the box. I honestly haven't looked a whole lot into it, but I know Scrivener is really like it's one of the, I want to say one of the most used tools, but I could be wrong. It might just be one of the most marketed tools. But I know they have their own writing sprints during November, and I considered joining one of those, but I couldn't make a profile back then, so that was weird. Back when I started writing this book, Obsidian does have a lot of plugins, writing, authoring plugins among them. Okay, cool. Obsidian looked to be a little bit more, I don't know if I want to say specialized. Not so, a little bit more for a lot of things, but Scrivener I think is very specialized for writing. But I'm not sure on that. That was just my initial thoughts. I'm Bad Boy. I'm gonna stream tomorrow. No, but I'm going to stream Wednesday, same time, 8 p.m. Central European summertime. So that's my schedule. It is Mondays and Wednesdays I stream, and then there are videos coming from time to time. Short form and long form. Yeah. I see. Isilauren says both are for writing. Obsidian is more general. Scrivener leans towards manuscripts. Alright. Yeah, okay. That is cool. But yeah, I didn't know about Obsidian until you told me about it. And I found Scrivener back in November last year as I was doing the NaNoWriMo challenge. That is not the NaNoWriMo challenge anymore. I'm Bad Boy says it's first. Yeah, yeah, it's on Wednesday the 1st is going to be the next stream. Wednesday the 1st, 8 p.m. Central European summertime. Don't worry, after the stream has ended, I will make the I will schedule the next stream just as a reminder, also for myself, as a, you know, you have to do it. As a promise for myself to do it. Wednesdays and Mondays turn by turn, or every Monday and Wednesday together? Every Monday and Wednesday is the goal, at least. Yes. every Monday and Wednesday. But I know for a fact that come August, I won't be able to stream those days, so I hope to change it to the weekend. But we'll see when I get there. I'll talk more about it in a video on Saturday. But it has to do with me starting the basic course, the basic whatever it's called for landscape gardener, and that is on a school quite far away, so I won't be able to have my PC with me, so I'll only be home during the weekends. But I'll figure it out. For July and the first week of August is going to be Mondays and Wednesdays every week. I think. Yes. It should work out. Renee had one of his thinking pauses. It seemed like he took his time with this one. Bad Boy says, well, how about this? Whenever you come live stream, I work on my main ideas, and while you're not, I'm gonna practice on side ideas. That sounds like a great plan, dude. Yeah, let's go like that. That's awesome. I'm just happy that you've been inspired to start writing, start jotting stuff down. That is amazing. I have never been much of a builder. Oh, I just realized something. I think the howling winds would be like, they could act like, you know, it's magical winds, like it's pumping air from the surface and into the catacombs. And of course, that could be how Lemon, you know, she got sucked down there as she was falling. As she fell from the sky. Winds howling. Lemon got sucked down. At least not when it comes to and not wood and whoops and trees. But if I am not mistaken, that must indeed event designed channel fresh air from the surface. Okay, we're closing in on the end of page 268. By the way, we began the chapter on page 245, so we are over 20 pages in case anyone was wondering how much I've been going in circles for this chapter. New page soon, new page soon. I like the hype. I love the hype. And I think we're closing in on the moment of Vespa lifting up the hammer. That fresh page smell. Hey, by the way, can you give me a small summary of the story? I don't know much about it, so you can tell me the basics so I know what is genuinely happening. Okay, so the story is about a little girl called Vespa. She's not just a little girl, she is actually what is known in this world as a fey folk, which is like she's a hobbit type character. It's a gnome, but she has been raised amongst humans in particular amongst a knightly order called the Paladins of the Vigorous Oath, a name that I might be changing to Vigilant Oath, but enough about that. So through some shenanigans, she has come to overheard an assassination plot on the leaders of the Paladins, and turned out to be all of the Paladins from a cult that is called the Temple of the Drowned. No one wants to believe her, wants to hear her out. So it is a bit of the boy who cried wolf kind of situation. Because she's a small girl, she's very imaginative, she keeps coming up with adventures and all that. Throughout these shenanigans, she has found a little yellow bird called Lemon. As well as a spirit of another Fey folk located inside a warhammer. A war maul, a two-handed warhammer. And this spirit resides in the catacombs of this castle that they're at. Or the warhammer is located there, among some other tombs. And Vespa has gone down in these catacombs to communicate with the spirit, to find out more about herself. And this hammer has sort of been maybe not as much of a turning point as I want it to be, a center point as I want it to be. But like, she has tried lifting the hammer. She couldn't because she wasn't a true Fey folk yet. So we have a little bit of a sword in the stone kind of situation. But through some more shenanigans, Vespa and Lemon ended up dying. They got sent to the Death Realm, and then got sent back. I know this is very top level explanation. And in the process of doing so, their spirits bounded to each other, and she became a true Fey folk without knowing it. So right now, she is trapped in these catacombs with the spirit and the little bird. She can understand the little bird because the spirits are bound to each other. So she can talk and understand the bird. And they need a way out to stop this cult from killing the Paladins. There is, as you can see over here, if you want to, it's a really top line summary of each chapter so far, 1 to 19, cycling over there, and then I have a little bit more in depth of the chapter that we're in right now. But yeah, that's a terrible elevator pitch that I really think that I need to be way better at, because it's a bit all over the place. But that's the gist of it. Now I'm even more excited about the part 1 fully comes out. Wish you all the luck for its release. Thank you so much. But I am nowhere near that. Like, I just want to be done with the first draft. And then there's the revision, there's the digitizing and the revision process. And I have so many things that I know I need to improve upon. But yeah, thank you for all the good luck. I need that, I think. Are you gonna print sell it? Well, it's a dream of mine, definitely. I hope so. I hope it's good enough to be printable, publishable. I mean, that would be the dream. And if I can sell enough to make a living out of it, oh my god, I would die happy. But that is way into the future. Definitely not until next year. But maybe that's a good thing about going to live on that school. Because without me having my PC there, I can't do anything else than focus on the story and finishing it and revising it and all that jazz. I'll be buying it unless it's too expensive. Wow, thank you. First of all, let's not... I have no idea what... I mean, I don't think it's going... If it was ever good enough to be publishable, I don't think it would cost more than any other book. I would... Personally, I would push for as cheap as possible to get it out there to as many people as possible as well. But yeah, it's a long, long, long way down the road. Okay, from... From the surface, Vespa repeated. Looking to Lemon. Then this must be where you fell from. Lemon whistled and trilled with excitement. And wings stretched high. Maybe a little too high. As the winds from the vent caught the wings and sent her off the shelf. Until she had returned with her awkward flight. Lauren says book pricing is quite normalized as far as I know. Yeah, I think so too. I don't think book published through larger publishers have much variation in pricing. The size of the book is the biggest indicator on price, or is it special edition? Then there's a level up between paperback, hardcover, and ebook. Yeah, exactly. And even I think it's something. It's a point. It's a point that Brandon Sanderson talks about in his first lecture, his introduction lecture on his channel. That especially for a debut author, publishers are pushing for books that are 50 to 70,000 words, simply because more words means more paper, and more paper means more more expenses. And books are often priced the same. If they're 50,000 or 400,000 words, they're often pretty much priced the same. So publishers want smaller books that they can publish, especially from first-time authors that don't have a reputation and a following that's going to immediately buy it. So it's a bit more of a risk to publish a larger volume. And here I am, approaching 100,000 words, and I'm still not done with my book. Though, if I have to guess, I think I can definitely shave off 20,000 words, just because of me going in circles and repeating myself and, cleaning stuff up. Definitely, at least. All right. Vespa would have laughed. If the situation wasn't so dire. That, I believe, was page 268, and we move on 269. New page hype. Whoop whoop. Let's go. I'm Bad Boy says, I started working on a small novel right now, not the one I was talking about earlier, but a new project I got an idea of. Gonna show it to you on Wednesday and Monday at Maxed. Awesome. Isadora says, this is the American market. I don't know how it differs in Europe. This meaning what Sanderson talks about. I honestly don't think they differ a whole lot. I'm sure there are differences, but I mean, looking at the video games, it's pretty much 1-to-1, right? So Europeans even gets a little screwed over because of the conversion rate from US dollars to euros. Yay, Sarah and I'm Bad Boy. New page hype indeed. Whoop whoop whoop. Let's go. I forgot where it came from. It was so Dair. She tried instead to look into. That sounds a bit weird. To look into. to see how long it was. But of course, it was nothing but pitch darkness. Was it nothing but pitch darkness? I mean, it is still daytime outside, but it's quite far down. Slash surface. Isidore says also, how easy is it to find a publisher for book in English? Which publishers are willing? Are there international publishers? I have no idea how any of that work. I know that it differs from Danish authoring or publishing. In Denmark, at least, you can send a manuscript directly to the publisher, and there are a bunch of, you know, smaller publishers and bigger publishers, whatever. The bigger publishers usually take much longer to get back to you. But for English publishing, international publishing, you have to go through an agent who then have connections to the big publishing or the publishing houses. But how that process, how you get an agent, I don't know. I think there's like these book fairs, conventions that you sort of have to go to, meet and greet some, show off your work to them, set up meetings where you explain, you pitch the ideas, and then the agents sort of, you know, I think it's a little bit like, without having looked a whole lot into it, but I think it's a little bit like how agents work in acting. So they're sort of the ones, you know, getting you the meetings with the publishers. I think so. But again, that is just so far into the future that, yeah, there's no real use of focusing on that. I can't see anything. Vespa told both Lemon and Ronean with a loud voice. She then patted the sides as if to make sure that it was indeed made of solid stone. But it was partly also to measure just how big the vent was. Sorry. Oh, I completely lost my train of thought there. Dang. Well, I've been live for 2.5 hours, so it's all good. That might be why. It's been a while since I've streamed for more than 2.5 hours. It's been a month, to be exact. Almost a month, right? Oh well. Carry on, she still hasn't lifted the hammer. I think Vespa put her head into the vent. Yeah, June disappeared. It went by so fast. It was crazy. For me too, there's been a lot to do with work, as it often is before vacation. I was the last person to leave the office this Friday. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it just flew by June, I feel like. It was truly crazy. Into the hole. And then her shoulders. Seemed to be enough room. I think that I can crawl through it. And then I might be able to climb all the way up. Don't you think? She was talking even louder now that the chill winds howled all around her. In the vents, making sure that the spirit could hear. And for once, she felt lucky. That her small body, that her tiny body fit into the hole in the wall. Hey, I'm Bad Boys. Alright, man, gonna go to sleep. See you on Wednesday with my short novel. Dude, thank you so much for dropping by. It was awesome to hear what sounds like you started an amazing journey here. Have a good night's sleep, and thank you so much for dropping by. It was awesome. Yeah, I just repeated myself. I know. I tend to do that. Actually, her body is average for Fey folk child, if I may. That is, Lauren, is entirely true. But she was raised among humans, and there she's tiny. It is a plot point that I feel like I want to have much more of throughout the book. So you get this story of coming to terms that you might not be normal in the way you look. I think that's a good message to have, and that all body types comes with pros and cons. But yeah, she is totally average for a Fey folk. Right. I was just sitting here thinking I really shouldn't have committed myself to the title on this live stream. Oh, I haven't a thing to do early morning. Oh well, I can be a little tired. If we buckle down, I'm sure we can get there in time. Has Vespa met other Fey folk? No, not beside the spirit, Ronean. He's Fey folk, of course. She's having a bit. She has had a bit of a difficult time accepting that she might not be human. But yeah, she sort of lives in this isolated, only humans place. So she hasn't actually met a lot of other species outside of dwarfs. The blacksmith at the keep at the castle they're at is a dwarf, of course. Ah, you don't have to wake up if you don't go to sleep. Big brain plays right there. But yeah, she has, but of course she doesn't know what he looked like, the spirit. He only talks to her in her mind. So yeah. I did have this thought that maybe the dungeons of this keep should be at least somewhat populated with other species, just to show how humans can be quite, speciesist. Because right now the dungeon, so she goes down into the dungeons, further down into another dungeon level, and then she had trespassed this cave-in danger even further down into deep dungeons that has not been used in a long time, and then she fell further down into the catacombs. but the two first dungeon levels, they were uninhabited, and I feel like it would probably make more sense to have someone incarcerated there, just to make it a bit more like, oh, okay, this is an actual place that functions. But I do also have these the Paladins and the Templars, which are like water and fire, and the Templars are much more aggressive and judging, where the Paladins are supposed to be more defensive and calm-ish. So yeah, I don't know. It's some of the thoughts that I'm having to maybe do small things to improve the story and the world building here and there. There's also a I think and you think here. That, I don't know if that's a bit weird. Whoops, there we have it. What's the history of the temple and the deep dungeons in particular? Maybe there's Fey folk dwarvish architecture down there. So the history is, first of all, Fey folk are all about trees and nature. So they wouldn't have build anything. The history is that there was this great battle against some evil that took place on the site of this Black River's Keep. And upon this battlefield, this keep was built for some reason. It was a battle where humans, dwarves, elves, and fey folk banded together against this evil. I don't want to. I want to be vague here because it is material for book 2 and 3. And then across over hundreds of years, it was sort of more or less forgotten about until humans came with their new religion and the Blessed Crusade. And the Paladins moved in. And they had no idea about what was going on here. They were just there to sort of cleanse the land. And so this castle was built in collaboration of humans and dwarves and elves and fey folk, yes. Not fey folk didn't do so much with the building itself. They took care of other stuff. And since it was in human territory, it was humans who built it mostly. And then the deep dungeons were just like for, you know, the worst of the worst. But I do want it purposely, intently to be mysterious and vague. And I want it to be like when you read maybe book 2 and 3, if that ever happens, to be like, oh, he already thought of that in book 1, right? Yeah. So there are some things there that I'm sort of hinting at, I guess you could say. Yeah. But it is purposely... Fey folk has been like... There's also something that happened during this Blessed Crusade. You know, how a new religion comes in... and they just wipe out all the blasphemy of other religions and architecture. But I will say though that I haven't actually thought a whole lot about it, because it was sort of just a simple backstory that was needed to get this first draft going. So it is something that I need to get back and revisit once the first draft is over. Definitely. Because, you know, architecture stuff, maybe there could be something there. For my story about the community against hardship, the temple ground is their temple ground is on a steep hill. The history there is that the temple has been a layer cake of different cultures over the millennia. Ah, okay, that's kind of cool. They're by a steep hill. Yeah. I do have a purpose for this Black River's Keep that I don't want to say, because as I mentioned, that's important for later books. But that's kind of cool. Also, temples and churches and keeps and castles were often built on hills, right? Because it was just a strategic advantage for defense. So I like that there's a little bit of a that you have a different way of attaining what was actually historically accurate, having stuff like this on a steep hill. That's kind of cool. Okay, now I feel like we're sort of at the point where the spirit Renate is going to get Vespa back and suggest that she takes the Warhammer with her. So we just need a transition here. A little bit of a transition. I see. I don't know if I use that too much, but I do find it quite funny that he keeps saying I see, but he can't actually see anything. That might indeed be a way out. Though I don't think it is the easiest of paths. Renate added. No, but it is the only one. Is the only one we have. Vespa was almost entirely absorbed by the event now. Sarah saying got to go. Have a good night. Have a good night, Sarah. Thank you so much for joining and bringing the new page hype. Is Lauren Hughes said I was deliberating if there should be defensive walls around the temple grounds. The temple is not a military establishment. It's more like a monastery, or it was a monastery recently. But walls are built for defense, unless they're just waist-high decorative walls. Yeah, exactly. But actually, I don't know if you read Pillars of the Earth, and I know, great read by the way. Um, and while I know that it is historical fiction, he do make a point that they're building a cathedral throughout the book. That's sort of the center point. And he does make a point of showing how cathedrals, monasteries, were actually also defensive structures. And there were reasons to have walls, have guards there. So while the church, the cathedral, sure, it was peaceful. You know, if raiders came by or an attacking army, churches and temples and monasteries would be high priority for raiding and sacking because of the riches that they had. So, you know, having walls and defensive plans was actually prudent. So I think it's something to read up on, study like how you did that in those times, why they did that, because I'm pretty sure that it is actually something they did. Yeah. It wasn't much room but enough for her to still be able to move. Islorn says, I've been thinking along the same lines. I think the walls will be defensive. It makes the most sense. Yeah, and you know, it also like, oftentimes you had cities built around the churches and temples and cathedrals and whatnot. So when raiders came, or Vikings, or armies, people would go to seek shelter in the cathedral. So they would also have to defend the people of the towns and cities. I've looked of diagrams over monasteries in particular. They seem to be partially defendable, but they can be a bit large, and the outermost parts only have lower walls. Yeah, I'm sure that makes total sense, right? You would have levels of defensibility. So yeah. Well, it sounds cool. It's something that I really need for my story as well, is maps and layout, how a castle would be built and what would be needed for it to sort of make sense. It can be a little bit overwhelming sometimes, but I do think it helps with the writing, right? Writing to know where things are. For example, these tombs in these catacombs is supposed to be 5 tombs laid out in a circle pattern. And I think I keep forgetting where each tomb is supposed to be located. So it's just a little bit going back and forth going back and forth. She tried pushing her hands to each side. Each of the sides. This Lauren says the temple area will be a character in and of itself. It will be the central point of the story. There's a small town below the hill, which will be like a secondary character. I want the community to be the focus. Nice. Have you read Pillars of the Earth? I think you should read it if you haven't. It's such a good book. And it has... I think you can definitely use it as some inspiration. Both for how the building processes work, but also like... I played the... Oh, you played the game. Okay, so you know the story. I think there's a whole bunch of inspiration there. But you know, the book has the... since it's a story that you're thinking about writing, there's the added bonus of seeing how Ken Follett, I think his name is, wrote his story. And since you know the story, I mean, it like you know it's going to be good all the way through. But he had a little bit of the same, like how the town started to prosper in the area and so on and so forth, and all the hardships that came with it in a time of war. It sounds cool though. I love that. And then lifting herself a little bit what did I write there? Bit. Using her feet in a similar manner. It wasn't easy. But as she hung, it wasn't easy with the winds howling all around her. I'm also inspired by the longing. I think you mentioned that before, didn't you? My story will be part of a video game I want to make. It's a gigantic project. Something to work on for a long, long, long time. Nice. It's good to have something. It can both be really good to have something that you know you'll love working on long term, but it can also be so frustrating sometimes when you're just so overwhelming that you just have years and years of work looking into that. I'll admit I have a little bit of that right now. I think maybe it's because I've been so like this chapter has been so much repeating myself and going in circles that sometimes it just feels like, ugh, is this ever gonna get done? And once it's done, the first draft, I have to digitize it and revise it, and maybe I have to translate it and all that. Like, it's going to be years. But then again, it's nice to know that it's going to be years, I guess. But I want it out as soon as possible. That's the thing. Lauren says, I've not mentioned the longing. Oh, okay. Okay, you mentioned something else then. I see it like a backyard garden, something like that. I don't expect to get an end result. That's a great, it's a great way to look at it. But you still want to work on it and have it grow. That's nice. Yeah, I'm a little bit different there. I really like the end results. Even though I'm really bad at actually finishing stuff, I really like to have that end result. Inside the vent. Lies that it might actually be doable. They could get up to the surface, to the temple, this way. Oops. I think we can do it. I think we can go up this way. The excitement within Vespa was not something anyone not something that could go unnoticed. Finally, something seemed to go her way. As long as a man spent almost his entire life drawing a map. Nice. I mean, then you also, you get the result along the way. You see the map taking shape, you make the details and all that. I guess a backyard garden, you see it go from, I don't know, soil to beautiful flowers and bushes and fruits. So you do get a result, right? And I do think, at least for me, having tangible results, for example, this means so much for my motivation. I did not see the comment. Well, did that comment not go through, or? So on my screen, it is. Your comment is, I see it like a backyard garden or something like that. I don't expect to get an end result. And then there was a man spent almost his entire life drawing a map. Was there a comment missing there? Her and lemons. Her and lemons. Way. Just wanna note here if it's too much. Renate, however, did not seem to share her maybe it's being blocked automatically. Are you trying to write the same comment and it won't go through? What on earth? That's weird. But yeah, I do think there's like a symbol filter thingy on YouTube. I mentioned another channel, but maybe that's not okay. It might be that if... No, that should be... If you're trying to do the add someone, I think it has to be someone who's on the live stream for it to accept that. Other than that, I don't think you can do a link in the chat. That might also be a reason. But you should be able to just write the channel name, for example. Then I can look it up. Just without the ad. Just writing words, no links or special characters. That's odd. People make games. I think I know him. Okay, it wasn't the person I think I knew. He won't stop building a map to an imaginary place. Is that the one? That sounds cool. Oh my god, that's awesome. I might need to see that. There's also a there's another map channel. Why you should draw maps, I think. Yes, this one, the map maker. He's really cool as well. He had a bunch of videos and then he just stopped. Oh, fixing this channel's future. One world forever, why you should build one world for the rest of your life. And then he just talks over him making a map. It's like very good. Okay, but I need to see that, I think. He won't stop building a map to an imaginary place. Sounds awesome. Enthusiasm is the word I'm looking for here. Enthusiasm. It's a bit of a weird sentence I've made here. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Vespa, please. A word before you leave. Spirit could feel how Vespa's presence waned. Sloan says I fell into the Conlang YouTube for a while, for a couple of years ago. It's a strange place. The Conlang. I never heard of that before. Conlang. Oh, is it like people who make languages? Sorry, I'm looking here. First Conlang mistakes. I made Conlang relay. Constructed language. Okay, maybe that's something I need to look into, because I want to have all of my different species in my world needs to have their own language, and that's another daunting task when you are in no way, shape or form a language constructor. Cool. What? The answer came shouted back from a little girl. Well on her way up the dark vent of howling winds. Again, I might be repeating myself with howling winds, but I do like the wording. Repeat too much. So I saw someone who made a dragon language. You need a lighter to simulate breathing fire because that's part of the language. Oh, that sounds cool. Nice. My dragon language was partly inspired by Skyrim, the names there, and then Northern Sami language, because I wanted a language that was heavy on the oo's and o sounds, and I feel like Finnish, Northern Sami, was that. That's sort of how I approach language making. I find real world sounds that I want to have it sound like, and then I sort of, you know, try to emulate that somehow. I don't know, it works all right. My intention is, when I sell billions of copies, of course, to actually pay someone to create the languages from my template words, and then try to keep my language skills at a minimum, so I don't have to worry so much about that. Lemon had joined her, and likewise by climbing onto and likewise shouted back to the spirit in loud whistles. Please, the voice from everywhere and nowhere. come back and hear what I have to say. It is important. Oops. Lauren says the same person made a dolphin and a bird language, then he made a Creole language of them. Creole. As if the cultures met and developed a common language with a mix of the two. Oh my god. Wow, that's dedication. Dedication to the animal languages. Sounds of shoes and an armored gauntlet. Rattled. Did they rattle? Grinded. As Vespa slid back down. Based on how long the sound went on, let's say grinding here, on 4. The little girl had come surprisingly far. Surprisingly far. What? Was the only word. As Vespa struggling. fact out. Hey, that was page 269. New page hype. Whoop whoop. $270. Let's go. From the vent. Her ruby hair was all messed up by the wind. By the winds. Not that anyone else could see other than Lemon, and she didn't mind. We have to get up there. And stop Squire Ronean. We have already spent too much time Vespa's enthusiasm had been replaced by raw irritation. And restlessness. He's Lauren. Number fact: 270 is a harmonic divisor number, i.e., its divisors harmonic mean divisors harmonic mean is an integer. End of number fact. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for that number fact. I know, and I do apologize. Apologize, because it's an O. I'm pretty sure, because I keep misspelling that word. Apologize. Renee said in an attempt to calm the anger. Okay, fair warning. Considering that the clock is 11:30 now, I might have to yield before Vespa lift the hammer. I know, I'm sorry. I think I want to keep going until we've written 3 pages today. Which is like down here somewhere. But then next time we will have the... If I didn't have an appointment early in the morning, then I would probably have kept going, but I do. And it wasn't something that was scheduled until today. An appointment to make it sound so serious. I actually have a paddle tennis appointment with one of my cousins. But it is early in the morning, and I don't want to be completely wasted for that. So yeah, I might have to change the title once the VOD goes live. It is what it is. Then next time we can finish the chapter. Most definitely we can hit 100,000 words. Multiple milestones there. Okay. Okay, so let's finish this 3rd page. It's been a while since I've written 3 pages. It's actually been a fairly long time, I think. It's been 10 writing sessions, so that might be... When was day 82? Was that like in the beginning of June or the end of... It might be the end of May. Damn, that's wild. I have not been consistent with this story at all. But if I may be so bold, once the 2 of you get up there, get up to the surface. Is Lauren says looks like you need a date column. Yeah, I should have had a date column, but now I don't remember because I haven't been writing on this story for like continuous dates, right? Like this is 92, 93 days since the 1st of November. And then I had this huge gap in January, February, where I didn't write at all on the story, and it's been sporadic to say the least during June. But I should have had a date column, yes, and I sort of realized that. As I started up again after February. And then I was like, but I did also write a little bit during, and I don't know. So it just got too much to figure out. Yeah, then you can have all kinds of fun wow, I can't even speak anymore. Maybe it's a good thing that we're ending this live stream soon. Then you can have all kinds of fun statistics. You know, you say fun and statistics in the same sentence. That's interesting. No, I actually quite like. I quite like when people have fun statistic to show me. I just don't want to be the one who do the math. What is the plan? We stop Squire Ronean and his drowners. Vespa replied. With a hint of spite. I don't know if that's the right word, but that's the plan. But before the pair could turn around, and venture back into the venture. The Warhammer spirit hammers. Spirit countered with a damning argument. I see. And how does a little girl and her little bird. Oops. Lauren says also, if you add session time, you can see the word speed per session and average word speed per minute, average session time per month. Just imagine the possibilities. That's true. That is true. Man, somebody's working in programming. Intend to do just that. Oops. Squire Ronean, I imagine. Is as well as any of these paladins. Renate argued. In harsh tone. Leaving no room for interpretation. As to what he was saying. Hey, we're above 3 pages now, it looks like. So that's sort of somewhat there. I do want to end today's session with being like, you need a weapon. Where do we get a weapon? Bring me with you. Take me with you. And we'll end it there. So we're basically there, guys. We're basically there where Vespa lifts the hammer, and that is good enough for the title that I proposed today. And if these, whoops. Drowners. Oh my god. Are going up against an order of knights then I too imagine that they are equally equipped. Wow, I don't think I've ever written so many Qs. And organized. This isn't something anyone just go ahead and do. I wonder which word has the most Qs. I seriously doubt there's a word with more than one Q, but no, there must be a word with more than one Q. But yeah, there was a lot here, a lot of different words with Qs. Equipped, equal. I feel like we had something up here. Well, we had equipped there as well. Vespa didn't say, it was silent. In a, oops, actually, and so was Lemon for once. In a single moment. Their fighting spirit had been stripped off of them. Renaith was right. They had no plan. Only a strong urge to help. Oh yeah, Squire. Squire had, of course, a Q in there as well. The silence seemed never ending. And Vespa started. To feel tears of I need a word here. Almacht. Powerlessness. I feel like there's a different word than powerlessness from what I wanted to say, but I guess it's all right. Announcing their arrival. So that's a weird wording. Weird, isn't it? In truth, the pause until the spirit spoke again. Easy Lauren looked it up for fun, found equivoky, a play on words, a pun. Interesting. What is it? Oh, is equivoky a play on words? Is that is the meaning a pun? That's a funny word. That is a funny word, though. Was maybe only a couple of blinks with Vespas and Lemons copper eyes. Okay, that is the meaning. Interesting. Equivoky. I'm probably mispronouncing that. Equivoke. Equivoky. Oh, equivoke. Okay. Equivoky sounds more fun though. You'll need a weapon. Vespa was almost stunned. At the suggestion. Or maybe it was Rene's sudden change of tone. It was as if a sly smile. Oops. Sly smile was slight hidden. That's strange. In his words. But we don't. Vespa sniffled. And quickly wiped her eyes. We don't have any. She repeated. Take me. Were the simple words in response. What? Take me with take me with you. That will be the last word of today. Almost 4 hours streaming. Okay, so I know I didn't get. I know I yielded before Vespa lifted the hammer, but then we can do that next time. We'll hit 100,000 words. I don't think we've hit that today, but let's have a count. So it'll be a real big milestone next time. We can also finish chapter 19, begin chapter 20. It's all gonna be great. Even though we didn't get Vespa to lift the hammer, I think I would need it an hour or two more maybe. I do think this progress today has actually been really, really good story-wise, especially in comparison to almost the entirety of the last soon to be 30 pages. Which is just way too long. Yeah. Okay. So we got that going for watch, which is nice. We have the Master Sword of Counting right there. Okay, so let's just see. So let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 16 down. So that's 1 page, somewhere here, 2 page, 3 page. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That was wrong, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That is 3 pages of today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 3 pages and 21 lines is what we did today. And I am feeling very good. Ooh, 1,291 words. That's close to 100,000. Oh, it's 40. Oh my god, it's 40 words off. I guess we could have done that today, but we have a milestone then next time. If I just place these here, it looks good. There we have it. Okay, let's update our frame and all that. So we're at 99,962 words. And then that means this is the most words in a long while. Yeah, exactly. I think it's the most words I've written in a month. Like, at least. I think this this one here, day 92, 82, day 82. I think that was in May. I think that was a live stream back in May. So yeah. Oh my god, the progress bar. It's almost hitting the end of the screen, and the jewel is probably going to be like in the middle. Oh, going outside the screen. Okay. So we go here and we go here. And I just want to say thank you guys so much for watching. Anyone who watched this live. Is Lauren, thank you so much for still being here. Anyone who watches this afterwards, it means so much. I feel like, you know, next week, no, not next week, Wednesday is going to be big. It's going to be chapter 19 done. It's going to be Vespa lifting the hammer. It's going to be 100,000 words. Definitely. It's going to be a milestone stream next time. And I hope to see you guys there. Lauren says, great job. Thank you so much. This has been much more what I think I want this story to go. I feel like these 3 pages has been, like, the pacing has been pretty good. And not so much repeating, not so much circling. Yeah. That was nice. It was really good to write over 1,000 words again. It always feels nice. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. I have to get up in 7 hours, so I need to shut down. And yeah, thank you for watching. Remember, we write our own stories, and I hope to see you on Wednesday. All right, bye.